Oh, hello, hello. I am here now. I shall be starting now. Oh, hopefully the volume's not too bad. There, I shall be switching the scenes. There you go. There. And now we're back in again. So last time I kind of just built a bit of a house, and now I'm gonna see where it can go. This time I'm leaving a bit of some Spotify music playing, so hopefully that's all good there. It's a quiet place, I'd say. Well, now I'll see if I can figure out what to do from here. Oh, there's also a new happy gas I managed to find in Nether from last time. That was pretty nice to find. Yep. Nice. What to do? Seems I have a bit of random stuff in my inventory, so I'll just put that out of the way. Yep. There's some going on. There we go. And then I shall find some other stuffs there. Just looking a bit around here, seeing how things are looking. It's currently how the house is going so far for now. Oh, yeah, I remember. I see. I think this house could probably go in some kind of direction, but I wonder how that could go. Maybe I could expand it a bit outwardly, perhaps. I think building some bridges could probably be useful, I imagine. Perhaps. Oh. Just quite remember there. I'm sure to remember that. Well, hopefully that timer's actually working there. That's a bit fun. Didn't expect that one so soon. Anyways, what you doing? Oh yeah, I think there might be something to do inside, I think. Perhaps. There's some mods I could find along here somewhere. Machines and stuff. Or maybe a compass. Oh. There's quite a few lot of mods on here, you know. I think some power generation probably is fun though. Think about that. Well, I am Chests are getting quite full. That's not very good. Get that fixed a bit somehow. Yep. How am I doing this morning? I'm doing pretty good, I'd say. I just was just preparing a bit. As I've been awake for a bit of a while. That's something pretty good. How's your morning going? If it's morning for you? It's going pretty well, I'd say so far. Drinking a bit of coffee with lavender. That was pretty nice. No. Let's anything here. It's I think I need to figure some stuff out. No, I just realized that I just get quite a bit lost, it seems, but hopefully I can fix that. There's some. No, still early. No, I mean, that's it. You could probably go in any other direction than there. Yep, you can have a good morning down there. That could be pretty good. I think some hallways could probably be nice, I think. Perhaps. I'll keep splitting though. I need to fix up my storage, that's what I need to do. Yep. There's too many things to look at. Storage I think would be good. Chest. Oh, there's quite a variety of chests here, it seems. Oh, chests. That's sure I saw. Just looking to see what to make here to fix the storage. Oh, I think I should probably plant some of these trees. That's probably good to do. There we are. It's quite the skies around here. Just oh, there's someone there. Maybe I can do some of this then. Oh, but I don't have much resources now. Let's do this. Simple. Need a system? Nope. How to chest? Let's continue. There we go. Down it. And this should be something. Oh, some gold. Oh, probably help. Oi. Oh, not much diamonds there. That's unfortunate. Oi. I think I'm gonna change the timer on this person. Hold it. Oi. Yes. Dealing with stuff there, that should be it. No. And then let's pick this up and put that back in and then throw that in. That should be it. That's going pretty well. That's that gas, the big one. That's a big gas now. That's very nice. That could probably be a small. Sold it. Gold. Oh, there's some nice gold there. There we go. Super quickly. There, back again. And then now, I wonder if I can make a saddle or something. Oh, I can make a saddle. That's pretty nice. Yep. Hey, that's all good. Then we'll see if this works. Maybe not. Actually, no, that's a different thing. I just remember. I see now. That's so that was. There we go. That's the one. That's also some leather. Some glass. There we go. And oh, more than that. And there. And that should be good. Oh, still missing some wool. That should be pretty good. No. That's all good there. Nice. It's a bit tricky though. I wonder if I can grab that somehow. Can't really reach that though. Maybe this gas should have somewhere else to stay. No. That'll do for now. I think so. I'll try a bit of sleeping there though. Ai. Uhum. Uhum. Now to figure out what to do next time. Certain storage, but not many resources, so it's something to do there. Maybe a fire could be a thing. What is this thing? Oh. Yeah, seems like something there. But this one seems like a alien, perhaps? Maybe. That might be the complicated then. But maybe it's something. Oh. Some enemies in there. Nice. This could be useful, I think. Alright, I think it's about time I got some of these trees, I think. So I'll leave it up. Nice. Just chopping some of these trees, huh? And that there should be bring it. There's quite a lot. Easy to chop trees, that's what I think. Well, that helps a good thing. Oh, there's some wood up there, it seems. Nice. There might be more. There is. This. There, that should be good now, I think. Okay. Nope. No. That's all good. Nice. It's got a lot of saplings there now. Yep. Nice. Cut down some of these leaves here. That'll be good. And then I shall plant some of these trees. I will. Oh, that might be getting a bit close, though, but maybe. Yep. Just a few grade of trees. Not to be some. Oops. It should be pretty. There's a few wildflowers still, I suppose. I should probably find that. Oh, there goes the bees. That's probably fine enough though. And I'll plant some trees over here. Something, so I should get a lot more wood there. I thought I saw something, but there wasn't anything there. I sure some. No. No. Now time to figure out what to do next. So I think I'm missing some machines. That's probably something I think. We go for those. The months. Oh, I think it's fine. Perhaps this is probably useful. Oh, I think I might need a bit more base powder, perhaps. Or maybe not, actually. But clay though. That's arguable. That doesn't help me much. Maybe I can find a way down somehow. That could be some. And perhaps some more. Nice. Oh, the mystic thing, alright. Not sure it's fine. Sound track there. I think I can make that. Alright. Made it. Some charged creepers down there. That's pretty interesting. I think there's likely some clay down. Lovely. Nope. It seems like it should be doable. Nope. That was a terrible mistake. Never mind. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, there's likely another way down, I think. I could just use this gas. But they already have fences up there, it's really nice, so that could be some. It's lagging quite a bit. Alright. Oh, that works. Yeah. There, come on. No, that should be good. Now we go down there. That should be pretty good. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. That's bad timing though. This gas should have quite a bit though. Yes. Yep. Just gonna quit thing here. Hey. So I shall make my way down over here, and then that should be pretty good. Mhm. Mm. This is a pretty slow flight, though, it seems. There's a better form of transportation, as much. But maybe it's not too bad with these views. So that's something. Oh, there's a lot of bees down there. Let's show some. Yeah, maybe we can make it here. Oops. Can I reach? Can I reach? Alright, maybe I can do this. There. There, coming back. That'll do. And that's all good there now. And now where to go? Oh, there's a creeper over there, that's no good. Oh. Lead's gone, that's no good. Hi, hello, it's Martina. Oh, now you're having a day there. I'm doing pretty well. I just started here and I'm just continuing a playthrough that I'm currently doing. I'm doing pretty good. And a bit of coffee and such. It's just, I'm getting by. And yeah. Nice, I just forgot all of this thing, but I'll see. Oh no, my guest is leaving, that's unfortunate. I was looking for a lead, but now I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Makes you know. What am I building in Minecraft? I'm building a bit of a house. But I was trying to get some clay, but then I got killed by falling down a bit much. And I'm trying to get back on this gas. I'll show you what I'm building once I get back. Oh, I'm just gonna catch this first. Oh, creeper blew up, that's not very good. Essentially, I'm just building the house and figure out how to shape it up. No. That's a bit tricky though. Nope. Maybe I can catch it here. Maybe. No, I got it. But not the leads down there. Well, that's no good. There, I got it. Nice. Alright, now I'm gonna make my way back to the house. But first I'm gonna remove this thing. And then delete that. There, no, that should be all good. Now I shall fly back up here. This cast is just a bit rough to ride, I think. It seems. And yeah. It's a bit high up there though. Oh, do I play other games? I do play other games. I'm currently just playing through this, but I suppose I can switch it up to something else at some point. I have quite a lot of games in my library that I could probably play through. But that's I guess, I'll see how I feel about what I want to do next though. I do plan on doing other things other than just playing games, so I have some plans along there, but I was just playing this too since it seemed really easy and something to get into and also build a bit of confidence. But yeah, which I'll go there for now. And there's the house that I was building. And then I just attach this gas to something right here. Oh. There. That should probably help. Oh, yeah. Very nice guess. Did I play any recently? Oh, I don't own any of the Resident Evil games. I haven't got to play them. I haven't played any from the series before. But I could probably something to do at some point. If I get to that. I've seen some people play and it seems like a pretty fun game. And I'm pretty forgetful, so I don't really know the story too well. So there's some fun to be had there in the future, I'd imagine. It's awesome there. Yeah. So then if you want to do keep getting lost and figure out what to do this as well. So I think I wanted to make some machines. Quite sure that was something. Oh, but I needed some clay. I see now. That's what I wanted to do. That's right now. Let's try some. Or maybe there's some way down safely. Maybe over there. That looks like a pass. I'll make my way over there. Oh, did you know that? It seems like that must have been pretty fun there. How did find that about though? I'm not very well versed in the series, so I don't really know how it's all this, but I suppose I can imagine a bit from what I have seen of it. Oh, seems like a bit of a story type of game, doesn't it? I suppose I might be a bit off though, potentially. I thought there was something at the top of it. There was a waterfall somewhere. There it is, right there. I think I can make it. This seems like a mess. Maps. Oh, why don't you play more games? Games are very fun to play. And I haven't been able to play many games myself, but maybe I can play more games now these days. So I've gotten a bit more free time. So that's some. I can make it down here. Oh, that was a close one. Yeah, that sounds like a rough time then there, but hopefully your Nick there enjoys that PlayStation 4. That seems pretty fun at least. I mean, maybe some free time could be had at some point, although making free time can be a bit tough. Let me see how this is still there. Nope. That sounds a bit rough though. Oops. So then I'll make my way on. So let's a bit more down. Looks like water. Then a bit more down. sorry about that. The bot got you there, but you're all good though. Sounds like I should probably fix that there. Let's see if I can fix that. But I see your message. Oh, that sounds like a rough schedule you got there. It seems like that would eat up quite a bit of your time. I mean, maybe you could try having some days where you could have the other things stuff. Unless you can't, then that does make a bit things so difficult there. What is she though? That's a bit rough though. Let's see if I can fix that bot there. It's been causing a bit of problems. Hope you're doing right out there. Spider-Man. Let's see that. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, that would eat up quite a bit of your time there. That sounds very rough. I mean, maybe you could have some days where you could do some stuff and then other days where you do other stuff. I mean, that could probably give you some room, perhaps, unless things are quite a bit biased out there. Perhaps. Yeah. I don't really know what things do that. That's just what I imagine could be some. Mm-hmm. Let's try to look at this wall over here. What did I do besides streaming? I mean, I mostly just play random games by myself or watch random videos or other streams, although I don't really have much going for me. I recently just got out of school, so I got quite a bit of free time investing in me. It's kind of still figuring out on what to do and stuff along there. Although there's quite a lot of things that I don't really know or how to do about, but I say I'm figuring things out as I go though. What about you though? Maybe if you feel like that. So. Yeah. Water drop. Skeletons. It's not bad. It's bad. Never mind. It's not anywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh, did you know? That seems very nice of you to do. How did that go about? With your friend? Oh, see that. Well, that seems pretty nice of you then, didn't it? Sorry, so to figure things out a bit there. Me? A bit of my thoughts, but let's do some rolls. Teleport button. Yes. Well, I mean, you could try describing them. I'd say it would be a bit tough to share them on here. But I suppose you could try describing them if you wanted to. So that was it. Mm-hmm. So we'll make one way down here. There's probably some clay around. Mm-hmm. I mean, I suppose if you really want to, you can share on Discord. But I'm not too sure about that though. But maybe it'll be alright. I'm sure it's quite well over there. Oh, my weapon's running low. That's no look into it. It's looking a bit tough. But maybe there's some clay around here that could be pretty good. If there was. Oh, you can't hear me too well. Ah, nice. No, you can share them on Discord if you want to, but not super sure about that though, but only if you want to. There's some play right there. To continue on. Although I do wonder, why do you feel like wanting to share them? No, do you have something in mind with that in there? No? Well, I mean, if you want my Discord, it's just the same as on Twitch. No, thanks for the follow, it's my team. No, it's pretty nice of you too. Yep. Yep. I'm just looking around where to go from here. Alright, sure, I'll take a quick one. I'm just gonna put myself somewhere safe. And that should be pretty good. Oh, that was not safe. Well, no, I'll get it. I'm just gonna park myself up super quick now. I'll check what you have to say. Hold on. Right there. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I see that. I have accepted that. Well, I'm trying to do a captcha that looks a bit confusing. I figured that. There. There. Alright, now back to to here. Sure. Yes, fine stuff. Oh, those are quite the clouds up there. I suppose that's my renderness and stuff. Yes, I'm still looking for some play, I suppose. That's just it. Oh, but that's play. That's pretty. I wonder if there's a way to make play though. Sure does seem a bit tough there. Not sure if you do one. There's something that we're classic. Oh, did I lose that play? That's not very good. No, that just goes into the wall. That's not very nice. That's rough. Alright, that's a bit tough. There's bound to be some reply though, right there. I think. Yep. No, it's. Maybe there's more player in it. Yep. Oh. Oh, that's what I play. That's pretty nice. Indeed. Mm-hmm. 17. That's pretty nice. It's blue and orange. Yeah. Nice. Oh, it's my mom. Thank you. That's it. It's just quite white turned out. I think I might still need some tweaks though. But thank you there though. It does quite the stuff as well with the years. It's pretty nice. That's just based on some booth parts and stuff. That's pretty good. No problem. Yo. How do I get anywhere? I should have set it up. There's bound to be a way somewhere around here, I think. Oh, that's the way. I see that. No. No. Oops, suddenly very laggy. That's not very good. Yeah, I can go away. Let's see. Where's the things over here? What the Enderman in the way though? Let's have a quick check of a thing here. Oh, take care there, Batman. Cat Morgan. Hope you have a good one there. And thanks for coming by again. I'll keep on keeping on myself. I'll take care of myself so too. Oh, that's a spider. That's not good. And there goes my weapon. That's probably about time I leave this place. Okay. Do you have enough clay? Perhaps. Oh, yes, steel. Is this teleport menu here? Will do. Now we're back here. And now I'll scoop. Oh, I suppose I can just do this here. And there. That should make things a bit easier. Enough for some weapons. That's probably it. Then I just pickaxe. Nope, I have a pickaxe. Annex, then a sword. Now we got everything. That's pretty good. Nice. Then just remove this, and that should be pretty good. Right now with gravel I can make some stuffs. Nice, glad that's on, but skip. Should I continue on? Remember. Running out of air. That's not good. Oops. Yeah. Oh, that's the one. Electric. Coal. Perhaps coal. I might be back 9, I do think. All that, but I won't be winning it. I just realized this. Now, yep. That should be big. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, got another revive. Let's share some. That's quite the time in there. Maybe there's some clouds somewhere, I think. Mm-hmm. And then fish boundary. I keep getting lost. My goodness, that's for some. It's still quite a place, but this is missing stuff that I can see things here. It needs to be hallways. That's how it should be. More lighting, I think. Maybe it's this shiny. I think it can work. For sure, something to things here. Yeah, quite sure. Surely. Yeah, I'm quite sure some hallways can work. But that's probably a bit much right now, though. I need more resources. Alright, so we have that. Then we need some coal. Which we don't have, but I can cook some. There. Then... Yes. Then we cook this. That should be pretty good. Yep. No, I suppose we can spare some of that. That doesn't do. Okay, then oh, that's not it. But we can put that in there. That'll do. Which that'll do for now. And then we cook. Which and there. But we can do a bit more, or maybe actually that's probably enough. And then that's probably do for now. Then you chop some more trees. I feel like I'm not quite sure things probably here. Well, the beehive is in a good spot, so that should be fine. Shovel. Seems I have some breathing problems, so not that I can go my shoe. There you go. I think nope's missing. What's the name? Allowed for the perhaps. Maybe that would be fine though. Oh, no more food there. Nothing. And we continue on. No. Eventually, some more stuff will happen. I'm not quite sure. Not imagine. Just a while. That's it, question. Oops, no, that sounds pretty. And we leave that. I think I should probably fix up the subtitles at some point. There, do you see my middle? Maybe it's alright for now. Oh, expert, that's not good. I think I'm right now out of iron. Perhaps. But they have some iron, and that's pretty good. That'll do. So we'll do for that. And then we cook up some iron there. Ourselves another X. I should probably get some villagers rolling on. I could probably get to do. Perhaps. I sure was taking a bit though. Sleep time. That should be good. Enough else. Iron's ready now. That's pretty nice. Then select. There we go. Oh, outside and into. There. Now that's all good. I'm quite sure. And we chop some more trees here. And just keep on chopping, but I seem a bit hungry though. Nice. Let me see if I can increase that to be a bit better. Hopefully this is fine now. I have to lean a bit, not sure if that helps. Don't know if it's a bit loud or not. Yep. I think this should probably be it for now here. And then seems like a bit repeating, but yeah. It's the VOD. Nope, some stuff's over here. Nice. Then I think I just got some more greens. That's probably good to do. Oops. I could probably get to build a proper tree yard, I think. It's a lot of bees, though. Sure, it's a lot of bees. I think a few more trees here can't hurt too well. That's quite fine. I think this could probably be a good spot to build a tree farm of some kind. Let's go and grab some more there. Get some stuff rolling there. Dirt over here. And then we build. Whoosh whoosh. That should be fine, of course. How should I get this done? No. The poor dirt. Maybe I can see red. And it just looks like a loss, no? I sure some. Oh, no, on that they got more dirt than I thought. That's very unfortunate. Anyways, I think I can just continue on the spot. It should be fine. Building a bit over here. Messed up. Clicking along on now. Alright, that should be good. And then we go over here. Might be a bit large. Maybe that's okay. Or is it okay? Maybe this is a bit too big. Let's think about that. Alright. Like this work. I think I did go a bit too far. I'll change it though. That's a bit tricky. That is quite tricky actually. Or maybe we can fix that one later, perhaps. Oh, I can deal with that with the gas. That's a good way of going about it there. But first I'll do this. Get two bikes. That should be a nice enough size. Sure. And then we continue going this way. Mini books. Over here. Let's click them. Wish, wish. And I go over here. And there we go. No, that should be pretty good, I think. I'm just gonna fill it up now. Oops. Could be a lot of clicking, but I think I can handle it, perhaps. Sure do hope like it doesn't get annoying though. Wish, wish, wish. Oh, that's a bit fast. Maybe this one. This is working, I think. Yeah. I think that's probably good for now. I'll continue in just a bit after I go to the house. Then over here, then up here. And then in here I will... what should I leave it at? Wish. Oh, I know what to do. I shall go right there. And then I shall switch scenes and I'm gonna quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. Wish. Alright, I have returned back again. And I shall continue what I was doing. Just gotta figure out to get down from here. One of this in the elevator. There we go. It works. Oh, that's a pretty nice nest out there. Oh, it became nighttime there. And so I shall sleep for daytime. That'll do. Now we continue here. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's not the one. Which one? Gonna just figure out which one does what. Not found the audacity. Not that one. do. There. That's probably fine. No, nope, that's just bad. Delete that. Oh, I should probably do it. There. I think that minimap was in the way a bit too much. I don't think there's much to see around here. So that should be a bit clearer. A bit nicer. Yeah. And we continue on here. Place some more dirt. This. Oh, monsters are spawning. That's not very good. I'll have to do something about that. Yep. I shall continue on. I need some branches. Maybe there's some around. I'd imagine so. Hey there. Then we continue on here. Nope. What about lights on me? That was like. A good way of knowing the light amounts, but that's probably fine. I'll just go about it there. Spider. Go. Nerd. This should hopefully help a good bit. Yeah. Nice. Now then. And continue over here. And quick pause there. And back to there. And that's the last there. So it's up to grab some more. But where from? Maybe over here. This is probably a good spot to grab some, mayhaps. Oh, that up. Maybe over here? Trying to see if I can get some more dirt. Oh, that does not go anywhere. That's no good. Now I shall find another direction. Stone streets just started growing for some reason. Maybe it's the darkness, perhaps. I think so. Oh, this could probably lead somewhere. Yeah, that looks like a place. Then go. Oh, it says iron. Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. Oh, it's mainly like this. And then that. There we go. That's some nice iron there. Helps. And I somewhere iron over there, I think. Some dangerous monsters down there, though. That could be potatoes. That's a diamond right there. That could be very nice. But I don't have a good way of reaching that, though. Well, maybe we don't really need that. Perhaps it should be fine just like staying there, I'm quite sure. I just came here to grab some dirt, so that's what I shall do. I'll just kind of dance here. Maybe if I press the teleport button, that works. The teleport button's pretty useful, I would say. And now there's a good amount of dirt right here. And this boxy type of generation there. But I wonder what's here. It's a pot. That's about it. Let's add some. Maybe I could use some of this wood. That could probably look nice on the house. Perhaps. So grab some dirt here with the mine button. That helps cut down time. So not pretty useful, I do think. And now my hunger is pretty much on us. But then we use this, and then that's... But this is a bit of a cooldown though. Maybe so I'll just keep some mining some more dirt here though. And we should have a good amount. Oh, what's this? Iron. That's pretty nice. Looks a bit off though, but it works. And we continue on. Well, should I do put my microphone out? Yes, putting around the volume, but I suppose I don't really know. I'm just hoping that's it. Oh, there's probably there. Oh dear. All the food again. And then... maybe a bit more dirt, perhaps. A bit more. Just a slight bit more. I'm guessing. One slight bit more. There we go, that's about enough. And then we go back to the house, which is over somewhere. Right over there. And direction. Oh, that would be a good way of going now, I think. Perhaps. Just a second. Probably good to build the building gadget. Probably use this one. Perhaps. Another portal there. Let's try some. This turned out to be quite nice though so far. That's pretty nice. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but hopefully it's not too much of an eyesore. Maybe they're so late too. Or maybe we can just work out some attachments there. I think we can work out somehow. Maybe we could use some rounding. Probably some. I suppose, perhaps. And then... Figure out what to do. I got jets, I think. That'll be useful. Oops. No, yeah. No, that's not what I was thinking of. Perhaps. Is there anything useful here? Oh, there is. This is a super useful tool. But how does one get this? Wrong. Block of iron and blue. Sure. We can make that. That'll do. A sugar though, I have not seen sugar. Not your sugar might be really tough in this one, I do think. Maybe we can get some sugar. Barrels, apparently. I had seen some sugar somewhere. Maybe I did not grab one when I should have. Bit tricky. Did I really not grab? Sure, some trading book. Wandering trader. I have not seen a wandering trader though. Maybe I have stuff turned off to brush. Sure, I'll deal with it, but that's probably fine now. Oh, honey, that works pretty well. Mhm. I think Alright. Let's respond to that. Let's leave there. Thank you. Then got sugar. Honey, I will find. Oh, last jar. If we do that, then maybe we can just grab some props. Oh, that may have angered the bees, perhaps. That would be unfortunate. Here. That's all get done now. Stuffs. There we go, we have some honey bottles and that equals sugar. And I forgot what I was doing that. That is quite some. But I can probably figure it out. Sure was cool. And that's about enough. And some clay. So that's for the old there. There we have clay, so that works. Then some flesh. There we go. Then I put it all together and I get some goo. And that's pretty nice. Then this I can probably put there. Oh, that works. I'll do. Then go over here. But how do we have that much iron though? That's problematic. It'll probably do for now though. Perhaps. I do think I should probably farm some villagers still, perhaps, or something. Not quite. This is the little lava room there. Maybe we can get some loot from the stronghold that's nearby. I remember seeing one nearby. So there should be some. I'll put this away then. Put this away and then I'll see if I can find that stronghold. Although I'm barely equipped, so that can cause problems. That says how bad it's done. Water bucket. That could be very useful, but I don't have that though. So that's some. Oops. That's perfect. Anyways, just looking around, seeing what I can do. I'll market something. That's very nice there. What can I do with that there? Oh, that was the wrong one. That's not good. That market say. It just gets me a few lot of trees, it seems. I suppose that's some. But not much else, not even sugarcane. I'll see if I can get some more armor. I could probably begin. I don't really have materials though. Maybe I can get some leather armor. Maybe. That'll probably be fine. That'll do. And now I'm gonna go back down again. I was building a bit of a farm here for trees, but I suppose we can work on that later though. Yeah. way down again. Should be over here. Should we make that jump over there? It's a bit horrible. Maybe we can go over here. Not work. That's cute. We shall go over here. Oh, that's quite a bit of lavender there. That's quite fine. So I'm going to check out the thing. Yep, looks like everything's good. Let's just check out some. Let's look. Anyways, I have to find the way there. Let's see how. It's over here. Oh, not that word. It's just looking a bit rough. Yeah, this is like a way to do that. There. Oh, maybe there's some ores around. There's some iron up there. It's a bit tough to get. Yeah. Oh. I think I should have come the way down though. Nice. Oh. Yeah. It's working fine. Oh, suddenly lag again. That just keeps happening. Oh, I just gotta jump here. The lava should appear in soon, perhaps. There is some. There, I made it just there. That wakes up. Now time to find a way out of here somehow. Maybe over here. It's a bit tough. This sure is quite a place though there. Nope. I think I can. Is it possible to make it there? Although where would the stronghold be though? Oh. I shall press the teleport button. I mean, that makes sense. Alright, there should be a stronghold somewhere around here, I think. But I forgot where this stuff is. It looks like there's some nice ores over there. That could probably be good. I wonder how long to get over there. I'm trying to make my way up, but under dropping. That's because just about managed with the teleport button. Super closer. There. There. What to do here? Is there any good ores though? I'm just looking for a bit of iron or stronghold. I don't really see anything. Skeleton over there, and I have no shield, so that's not very good. Didn't see me there though. So thunder. That's at least that was. Is there anything good there? There's some weird looking eggs, I suppose. Alright then, try and see if I can make my way over there somehow. But that's looking a bit tough, but maybe through down below. Probably some. Oh, made it here. Nice, although I'm a lot closer to the bottom now, so it's not helping anything. I'll just have to go back up a bit. And maybe we can make it over there. Perhaps. This might take a while though. Maybe the top of it can help. Yep, that speeds things up just a bit. Alright. Now time to fight this skeleton that's just up here. Nice. There. Enough deals. There's a few little monsters over there. Could be a bit tricky. I do wonder how I could get up there now. I'll see if I can get there somehow. Nice. Step in the way. Nice. I think these waterfalls could probably help. Actually, those swamps. I'll just go up. And that should be really good. Sure, let's take a bit, but maybe the top one can help. Just a bit. Then again, that works. And then I will make my way over here. And there, a bit of lag again. But that lag can be a bit dangerous. And here. Well, I'm just getting on by there. As the lag goes away, hopefully. Go away. Alright, that should probably help. Something go away. Nice. There, maybe I can make my way down here somehow, perhaps. There's water somewhere, which I don't see. But I do have a water bucket here, so I'm gonna use it safely. I don't trust me just doing that, so I'll do this one. There it is. Oh. Just gonna do a bit of a quick thing here. And then we got that. And we made it. Nice. There's quite a lot of things here. And spider stars, poisonous. That's not very nice. Okay, the stick helps though. Then we go over here. Then north. And some urinate going over there. That's some there might probably be some inside here, I think, perhaps. That may not be what I'm looking for. Maybe there could be some. There might actually be some useful in there. Nice. I know what it takes to make this item here. Oh. That's actually quite a bit something there. Well, I guess I'll just have to find the stronghold, wherever that might be. No. I think I can probably get inside through here. Maybe. Gonna close that up for safety. This should go somewhere though. Oh, nice. I made it somewhere. Max cover. Let's go there. That's visible. There, done. And then we go over here and explore a bit. See if I can find something useful. I don't think I'll find exactly what I want. Oh, there's some honeycomb. Not sure if that helps any, but could probably some. I don't think we need that. Oh, that looks pretty useful. Then we go over here. And there's nothing much. Nice. Oh, I should take us now. Some nice loot inside these. Helps a good bit. Maybe we can find some sugar. I think that was the goal. Sure. Oh, that's a bit dangerous. That could be a bit tricky fight. Oh, that just breaks that. That's nothing then. There we go. Take care of that. Nice. Oh, there's silverfish. That's a bit not very good. Oh, that's like an egg breaking. Oh, nope, spiders all around. They don't seem to be too good at getting me though. For some reason. Alright, that should do. Oh, silverfish. That's a bit dangerous. Goodness, a bit tough to aim. Something's coming from somewhere over there. There we go. Not more like this. Oh, it's a nice key. That seems useful. Then just move along here. I think there might have been something more at the top here though. Maybe upper button. Upper button? There we go, upper button. Oh, there's a poison skeleton. Oh no, that's a bit dangerous. There we go. There's one life somewhere, I think. Oh, oh, that's a lot of meat. I just realized I have a lot of room. Backpack. There. Now we have a lot more stuff there. That's kind of something. Blah. There's some stuffs around. What was this? I should help a good bit. But I haven't found sugarcane. I'm not sure if there'll be any here. Nice. Take care of those. Now there's some meat upstairs. So that's pretty good. Oh, does this go somewhere? It does not. Alright. What a button. Anyway. Nice. Just trying to see if there's any more stuff to be found here. But I think so. So I shall move along here. Oh, oh, we've been here already, so maybe the other direction there. Oh, maybe there's some. Nope. It's the next in there. No. Seems like I probably go somewhere. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of something. Oh, scenes. So I could probably use some. Let's keep on going. There might be some stuffs in these spots. I'll break them up. Iron. That helps a good bit. Just web a loop. Oops. Nice. And there we go. Oh, some more stuff's there. Now let's see if I can make my way up. Oh, there. Nice. It sure is quite a bit of iron though. I should pull up. Oh, some undergrowth there. That's so useful. Nothing there though. Well, that kind of seems a bit dangerous, but that, oh no. There's just a few lot of enemies there, yeah. There's a lot of dispensers around. Lots of loot everywhere as well. Okay, I'll see if I can defeat the enemies upstairs. I could probably do some good. Alright. And there's a lot of enemies actually. Alright, he's probably on the spider talks over there. Good stuff. Enemies. Oh, poison skeletons. Whoosh. I don't think they see me as yet. But I might be seen. There we go. Nice. That take care of that. Anyways. Oh. That's a bit dangerous there. Oh. Nice. Works. Oh. That's a bit not good. Oh, some spotted poison skeleton. That's not good. Oh, that wasn't too bad actually. What's going well there? Alright, then. Nope, missed it. That's no good. Alright. Nope. Oh, suddenly lots of lag. That's not very good. Hopefully that go away either. Not go away. Should hopefully go away soon. Oops, oh there we are. Next one, but this guy's still up there. Alright then. No, this person over here. Yep. Nothing miss. Yeah. There. Down there. Nice. There. Oh. Spicy. Oh, skinny. Nice. But poison's not doing too much. Not sure how that goes, but that works well enough. No. Not even. Nice. Nice. Just trying to kill everything that's in here. Quite sure that'll do some good for loot. There. There, now it's nice. Some more loot. And spider, I think, through me. Saw a spider by further up where it was. Oh. Oh, there's a spider. Nice. Maybe that's all of them. Nope. There, that should do it now. That should work. Or maybe not quite yet, I suppose. Now, let's see if there's a bit more somewhere. There's bound to be something somewhere. Where could they be? Spider over there. Right there. Nice. That should probably help. It's not enough, it seems. Now what could be the other spider? There's a spider somewhere. This place is a bit mazy. What open? No, no. Spider. Over here somewhere, I think. Maybe? I heard a spider somewhere, but now I don't know where it went. Where could it be? Wish. Oh, there it is, I found it, so I see it. There. Hopefully this is the last spider. Oh, fell off. What the fun? Oh, yeah, that did it. Got some food out of that. That works pretty well. No, I just get the loot from here. Try to keep a lot of them. Oh, this one's no good for some reason. Do I? The one. Alright. Let's see if there's one that does work. There. Now it's up some nice loot there. That's pretty good. Let's go with it. And maybe another one here. Ominous battle. It's bound to be something. Mending as well. Oh, this is weapon. Oh, some of that. That's pretty useful. Oh, some nice armor there. That will be taken up. Want to put that over there. Nope, no works. Oh, this is another one. Nice, nice. That works pretty well. I think I'll be taking that. And then I didn't really find any sugarcane, but maybe there'll be some somewhere else. Perhaps. I'll just get out of here now. There has to be an... Oh no. More enemies around. Oh dear, that's so them. Didn't quite mean to start them all up, but maybe they can be taken care of easily. Perhaps. You know, that's a bit easy though. Yeah, well, I think that's enough loot though. Perhaps. Oh, I can just come back later. That's always an option. There. Yeah. Now it works. Deal. Then deal with that. And this one over here. Oh, I can have it. See. Oh, there. It's doing a bit of damage. Oh, they're gone. But there's another one. There's gone there too. I think I put this spot here and then we can make our way up. Well, I think there might be skeletons, perhaps. Maybe. So, see if there's any more stuffs around here, but... Oh yeah, there's... There, maybe you can use the upper button. There. There. That's just some... There, what's going on here? Oh, invincibility, perhaps? I'm not sure about that though. Well, I'm just surviving, so some... Oh, there's more enemies over there. Maybe we can make it over here. And over here. Oh, no, I'm taking part of damage. No need. Nope, that's all's good there. Nice. Stuff feel on the ball, it seems. It is probably. I think if I press the teleport button, we're out. It seems. And I don't see much or starting. Oh, cobwebs down here though. Oh, spotted. Oh, still the sweeper. There. Go with that. If I can find somewhere. There we go. Still trying to find stuffs. There we go. Oh dear. My health is going a bit low. That's not very nice. Oh, there's some more in there. That's pretty useful. I didn't know where else to go. The sure is my place here. I'll start something. I'm gonna make my way up here. Oh, that's not looking too good. There we go. I'm quite sure there's a stronghold somewhere around here, but I don't know where it is. That sure wasn't a stronghold. No. Oh, but that helps. Oops, some water bits over there. Yep. And then we go over here. Let's see how that goes there. Hopefully I can find something around. Yep. There's bound to be something. Hopefully. Here. Putting a bit in my chair there. Oh, there's a mine shaft there over there. And some more waterfalls falling. That's sure some. I don't know where the stronghold would be. We have some ender eyes to bright up. I'll show you some. Explore a bit more, I suppose. Honey. What kind of fish is this? It's a carp. Seems. No. Oh, that looks like clay. That's at least if I'm quite sure, hopefully. Oh, do you? No. Okay. There, where's that go over there? There. Just needed some clay there. No. Now you're aliens. How are you doing? Nice to you. Oh, come in. I hope you're having a good day there. Hello, hello. I'm just exploring a bit here. Just trying to figure things out a bit though. I don't think that's a stronghold though there. All this stuff. Sky the iron thing. I forgot the chain. That's the one. Picture here. There. Maybe I'll find something if I kick. Alright, that could be nice. Maybe that could happen. Hopefully. No way. There's quite a lot to explore around here. Could that be it? No. Just some more spider stuffs. Oh, cobwebs, I suppose is the name for those. Maybe I'll find a stronghold somewhere. That would be nice. If there was one around here. Could that be it? I don't think it is. There could probably be one right underneath here, but I don't really know. Oh, loud food again. Reloaded. It's a lot of lichen there. And some lava stuff. Not sure it's a combination. What biome this to be? I can't read, so that's rough. No. Not some mushroom bits. Well, I mean, I'm quite sure there's bound to be some somewhere. Perhaps maybe down here. Maybe. Don't really see much. Oh, the mine shaft's on fire. That's quite a way too long. Sure, there has to be some here somewhere. It's a bit of. Let's look around. Eventually something will appear. But there's just a lot of things in the way. But maybe it'll all pay off. Perhaps. Oh, that looks kind of something. It's some lapis. I don't really need that, I don't think. I really do. I'll take it. I'll take this just in case. No, so there's. Nice. Should have seen that place. No. Anyways, I'll keep on going over here, see if there's some more stuffs. And I suppose I could probably be finding some iron down here. That's probably some too. Perhaps some of this is looping, I guess. Oh, could that be something down there? Maybe. Oh, take a quick look. It looks suspicious. Well, it seems like maybe there's nothing there. Nope. Oh, oh there. Falling off quite a bit. I shall just go back up and... Oh. Some copper and such. And then we go over here. I am quite lost now. It's a village of some kind over there. Which one's... Oh? Some granite or something. Storage running a bit low. That's not right. I have to make some room at some point. Oh, that zombie's going down. That's probably alright. Yep. It's a waterfall's going down. Oh, some nice iron. Nice. Some coal could probably use well, perhaps. It could probably use well. Oh, there's a thunderstorm upstairs, seems. Up in the surface. That sure must be quite a stormy storm. Oh, that looks like some down there. but I'm not sure if it's too worth get there. I could probably sell them up. Is there any more stuff still? There's a squid falling down over there. Not sure some. No sign of it. No. I think I gotta find better ways of traveling though. It's a bit tough. Is there anything down here? There is nothing. And so I shall continue. This seems a bit dangerous though. So I think I should do the command. That'll be good. And now it's raining. Yep. Seems like a nice sun, that's it. Well, that's some. Maybe we can try out that food, so that looks like a place to empty out there. Iron? No, iron's all good. So we have that. And we do that. And some food. Oh, my cat wants to be inside, so I shall deal with that super quickly. Oh. Alright, back again. I left my cat inside, so let's get there now. No, there it's upgrading this chest. Where's the lever? That's something to do. A stick. I guess this fine by. There we go. Now do that. And then do this. And then over there. Nice. Oh, that combines up to a bigger chest. That's pretty nice. Nice. Gonna drink some water super quick. Yeah, I get some water now. Yep. Alright. Then just looking through about things to do. Got quite a few lot of bubbles here. That does not stack, that's unfortunate. Hello. Anyways, we'll see what else there is. I can't stay a bit of stuff, so... Oh, I think my cat might want to be let out again, so... Deal with that separately. I'll be right back. Alright, back again. Might probably want to be let outside again at some point, though. That's probably alright. But shadows. Bit of a yawn. So that's probably alright. Anyways, got quite a bit of space now, so that's pretty good. Now for other things to do. I have quite a bit of iron, that's pretty nice. What to do? Maybe it's time to make some machines. There we go. Perhaps. There should be good ones here. I do think. Man. Just a random yawns there. Let's see what to do. Oh, I think I wanted to build a building gadget. Sounds like a very useful. Perhaps. Look at that again. Oh, I think I have enough. Nope. But I think I can get enough. If I just do a bit of mining over here. Perhaps. Somewhere that's out of the way. That's a bit close. Oh, there goes. There we go. Then continue on up here. Upward one. Oh, this looks like a good place to mine. I suppose, perhaps. That way, just like here. And then over here. Nope, pickaxe broke, that's no good. And I then getting some good out of that. That's unfortunate. I'll just have to make another one. Then I make my way down here on top of one. That's a good one. Didn't hurt my legs or anything that time. Nice. I think my house kind of looks like a mushroom, kind of. Potentially. That's kind of taking up some sort of shape. Maybe we can get there. Nice. And I do need some gadgets. Oh, iron. Iron could be good to do. But I wonder if I can do something with this iron. Mayhaps. Oh, could be pretty good if I can get some more out of this. Oh, a macerator with an electronic circuit. Oh, slime balls. Well, that's pretty useful. That helps. But I don't have any slime balls. So I can get some. Oh, jellyfish apparently. Oh, magma cream, but any slime balls to get that. Fantasies. Seems like a bit of a rare one though. Checking some random stuff somewhere. Well, seems like iron might be a bit tough thing to get this there. It would be nice if I could find that stronghold, but I think I should look for that. Perhaps. It seems like it could be installed. Whips. It's got whips though. Seems like not quite. God, if I've seen cobwebs somewhere. Maybe down there, but that'd be a bit tricky to get there though. It seems like a bit tough. There's bound to be a way I can get somewhere though. So a better way to get cobwebs. Oh, actually, I do know where I can get some cobwebs. Cheers. So I'll be making this behind this one. I see. So what's over here? That deals with that. Nice to have the breeder. Oh, there's never mind, I do remember that. There's some Prima Gel over there. Yeah. Maybe I can drop some of that. Let's see if I can get some stuffs. I'll try to get it back in just to save some time. This sure is quite location though. Maybe this. For Tango. Right, there's bound to be some cobwebs around here, perhaps. Maybe. Halfway. Let's see if I can find some. Oh, that looks like cobwebs right there. I'll do. Let's get to them though. Mm. That looks very tricky. Nothing to go. Alright, maybe this is doable. No. Stop. That did not go well. That's a bit not good. Although now I can't use the back command to go back there. And they're really badly. Anyway, so now I have to find another way to get back down. The cobwebs were right there, though. Oh, I don't have a pickaxe. Let's try fix that up there. I do have some iron, so that should help a good bit. Nice. There we go. Got some iron there. Like mowing down. Again. Just gonna go over here. Don't think I can make it over there. But skip those spiders there. Skip one there. Then skip a bit more. And there. The teleport button does eat up quite a bit of food, though, so just gotta be careful with that. So let's see if I can find the way down. I think it's over here. Oh, it's a bit dangerous. Nice. There we go. We made it out. Nice. And a bit down some more. It's a bit tough to see, but I suppose that's probably alright. Yeah. Maybe this does something. Oh. That's interesting. Maybe there'll be some cobwebs over there. So that sure is dangerous. But no. Let's put the lag. And we go all that. A dangerous zone. There'll be some water there. Oh, that goes deeper down. I see how this. Oh well. If we go over here, let's just do anything. That does nothing for me. So, oh, there's some cobwebs right there. That works pretty well. And diamond as well. That's quite nice. That's safe as well. Nice. A diamond. some more cobwebs there. Let's see if I can get a few lot of them since they seem a bit tough to get. There we go. Open there. Key. Up there. Yeah. Nice. And then I think that's about enough cobwebs for now. Perhaps might need some redstone though. Let's get some one of that. There we are. Now we got some redstone over here. You're probably good. Yeah. Might drown though. Some redstone there. There's quite a bit of stuff still here. Nice. That's very nice. Nope, wrong number. It's not so good. Nope. Mm-hmm. Nice. I think that's probably enough materials from here. Oh, the lights have gone up. I'll fix that. Hold on. My lighting is this a bit too. There we go. That's all good though. Nice. Anyway, some... Yeah. That's pretty nice, I think. Ah yes, I shall go home. And there we are. And now we just make some stuffs. Perhaps. I think I have some stone, I imagine. At least I remember there being stone somewhere. Oh, no, that's not stone. There has to be some stone. Oh. Unless it's all gone, that would be likely. So let's get some up. There we are. I wonder if I have enough. Oh, there it is. All the charcoal. There we go. I think that's good. There we are. That's looking now. Then we just do this. That might take a bit, though. No. No. I suppose this is fine for now. Oh, I'm almost there. Just looking at it. No. Few more stones. Then that should be it for cooking again. I'm still missing a bit down there. There. And now we can cook this again. That'll be pretty. Oh, no, wait. It's there we go, that's the right one. I just messed that up a bit. Yep, that seems to be about the only white to get out there. So I shall cook that up, and then that should be pretty good. Yep. Let's figure things out here. Okay. Still quite a bit of house there. Yeah. Then hopefully this is done cooking by now. Yeah, that looks good. I'll be removing that just in case I mess something up. And now I have enough for this thing. Nope. I already know. There goes. And now we have enough for this. Where should we get? Now good. And now I should be able to find this stronghold, I think. I imagine it's this one, perhaps. Yep. Search. Oh. That is a bit too far away, so that must be the wrong one. Maybe this one. Surely. That looks a bit too far away too. But it's a bit closer. So maybe it can work. I feel like there was one closer though. Oh, I wonder if I have enough places though. Or in the gross. There may not be, but that's probably okay. If I can make a waste on that. That's a bit too pricey, so I think we'll be going that route. Anyways, I'll use this to make my way to the stronghold and see if I can get some loot there. So this one goes over there. Taking the gas might be a bit too long. It's a bit very slow. So this should be pretty good. Oh, suddenly lag. That's not very good. See if I can make my way over here. Oh, it's suddenly very slow. Hopefully that can fix itself. There we go. I'll make my way over here. I think I have about everything good. I don't have any building materials still, but I think I'll be fine though. This should hopefully take me to the stronghold. And I should be able to find what I need from there, hopefully. Which I've forgotten by now what it was that I needed. But there's bound to be something there. Shall we? It's at least something there. Oh, I have a feeling. This infinite snakes being sold up. That's a bit slow. And so I shall make it over here. It's like very easy travel so far though, actually. We're getting somewhere. Yep. Oh, some firefly bushes there. Seems very nice. Oh, zombies and stuff. Copper button. poison skulls back there. That's no good. I shall make my way over here. Maybe we'll find some. Oh, take your head. Then we just continue over here. See if we can find the stronghold. That could probably get... Nope, not again. No. Oh, that goes away again. It just keeps coming back as well. Oh, I also want to continue. I think over here. Might take a bit to get to the stronghold up. Don't think that one saw me there. So let's bring it. I think I'm getting over there. Slowly but surely. That's some glass sign over here. That's pretty good. Anyway, so I am still making my way there. Oh, what's that over there? Some cows. That's pretty nice. Skip. Teleport button. Then we'll make it over here. And we are making good progress on the stronghold over there. That's pretty good. At least it seems that way. Tricky situation there. Maybe over here it could be. Got some terracotta there. It's quite fine. Nice, so continue over here. See if there's some. There's some gravel falling from the sky. That's awesome. And some tree stuffs. Tree saplings. Does this go anywhere though? Hopefully. It looks like it doesn't connect though. How does one get over there? Oh, that looks like a way. Oh, the game's suddenly taking a hit again. Oh, there goes. For some reason it just does that. No. I'll be making my way down over here. Somehow. Did not make it, but that's okay. I survived that somehow. It looks like it's taking a lot with it though. Yeah. I don't think I need the shears right now, but that's fine, right? Anyways, I'll make my way over here. See what there is. Oh, pardon. That's the valve over there. It's looking like a tough. Although I think I can make it over there. Just by going up. That should be good. A lot of monsters, and that's not good. I shall press the teleport button. Nope, that was a bit high. Nothing. Nice, now I just go over here. It take me somewhere. I do. Oh, shadows. This breeze. Oh, perhaps. No, well. Let's continue and. Oh, some berries. I already have some though. So I should be fine. Mm-hmm. It's lagging quite a bit though. But then it fixes itself. So then it's all good. And so goes. Yep. Oh, there's a tower over there. That seems like something. There could probably have some ending there. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what I could possibly find in such a place though. It seems like it's in a nice spot. What's this clay? I'll take that clay. Oh, that's a lot of clay. Quite a good lot. That'll be super useful in whatever I might need clay in, which could be some. I'll be taking that. There's more clay around. I'll take some more. Let's see what up. Oh, that goes to the other one down there. That's quite full. You think by some? No. I'll continue on over here. Let's see what I can find. Let's open these. I remember finding these ones a while back and they were pretty dangerous. Mind, that's pretty good. Let's take a look. There's some actually good stuff here, it seems. Oh, a lag. I remember these ones being a bit stronger back then. No, they're not that tough. Oh, I don't think I should increase the difficulty since they can get me. It's like there right now, lost Lord. Right there. That's actually a good thing, yes. No, maybe they'll stop spawning at some point. One could hope. Mayhaps. Is there anything in here? Not much around. That's okay. I'll just continue exploring. Nice. Oh, I see so. And okay. And then the next vessel. Eric's. Nice stuff. Oh. Is this anything? It is not. That's rough. Oh, that looks super nice there. That's similar to this one a little bit. Take that. That could be useful. I still can't read that book though, it seems. That's a bit rough there. No. Let's see if there's something to do around here. Oh, skeleton. That's no good. Oh, there's a lot of them now. That's one. They got me though, potentially. Oh, there's a big tough one. That'll be. That's looking really tough. Oh, I do hope the sounds aren't too high. I'll lower it just a bit. bit noisy, I do think. There's just a lot of skeletons. And something is broken. There. There. Needed them all. And a lot of bowls. That's not very good. Nah. Let's fix that up a bit. I think we'll be okay. There. One nice big bowl there. I don't think we need another one. Guess we keep going that direction. Oh, this guy's a bit fallen, but I can press the teleport button. There. That'll do. That's a few little arrows there. Still making my way over there. Let's see if we can make it. Nice. Yeah, it's quite a bit of a drop, so I'll probably go somewhere. Perhaps. I could hope so. Teleport. Oh, didn't help much there. But we can. Alright, that'll do for now. Make our way over here and see where we go. Let's see if we can make it to the stronghold. That's the current and go. Yum. Oh, place the 6 floor here, no? Oh, this pillar goes a bit high. I think we can make it down. There's a summer skeleton. Still top open. No doom. Now we're out of food. But we can just eat that, and that works. Oi. Oh, some nice wolves around. Maybe we can take one of these or so. Nice. Well, I can make that one stay, and then this one. So neat. Just for safety, I'll put a marker down wherever this was. All this. Yep. Then I'll get these and do /home, and hopefully they appear nearby. Hopefully, perhaps. Would they do such a thing? It seems the answer is not. Luckily I put a marker down, so not so good. I'll just have to return to these ones later. So, look at that. Some oil spilling down there. And it's a stronghold type. That's where we're going. That'll do pretty well. Oh, some nice flowers there. This is pretty good. Nice, we'll make our way over here. Let's see what we can find. How's that sand? Another sand. That's quite very nice. I remember sand being very tough to get. I think we're probably right for now, though. And that's very nice to see, though. And the wings. I'll keep making my way over here. Wow, a lot of gravel here. More falling. That's a big fall of gravel. Maybe some gravel can be used. I'll grab it. Hopefully it doesn't just fall everywhere though. Some gravel. I'm quite sure this will be useful for some things. Maybe the sand too. Maybe I'll just take everything here. Look, pretty cool. I think I'll take about 1,000. Oh, ran out of food there, I did. That's no good. Do we have any for food? I'll look for now. Then we just eat up a bit here. And then we're good again. Then we go over here. And grab a lot of gravel. Well, we're sure this will be useful, potentially, for later. There, no, that's for close. There, close. A bit more. One more, I think. Yeah, I'll do. Fair enough for some sand. That'll be good. Okay. There we go. That's some nice sand. There wasn't really that much sand though. But there's more sand down there. I'll grab some of there. Oh, there's even more sand up there. That's pretty good. I'll make my way over here. I shall press the teleport button. Look at it. Works. And it. This might take a bit. It's probably okay. And continue along here. And there we are. There we are. Nice. Nice. I put a lot of sand here. That should help grab it for whatever I might need sand for, which I think I might do now. Oops. Let's forget to grab that. And this should do it. There we go. Enough sand for now, I think. Alright, now back to over there. So I think we can go down over here. This will do for now. Traveling over here. It seems like I could pass. I could probably do good to kill some of those Endermen, though. Perhaps. I'd imagine so. Yeah, remember. Sure is quite some. The game just gets laggy though. It sure is some. There he is. I've been spotted. That's not good. Oh, it's very close now, that strong point. Should be getting there sometime soon, I imagine. No, that's not easy to access it. Neither is it iron. Oh, that looks like a red moon over there. That's quite a sight to see. That looks really nice though. Yeah. Oh, it's being covered up by the noodles. Oh well, yes, I guess. How this one make it there? Can I go over here? Teleport. There. Then we make it over here. And then skip. Oh, that didn't work too well. Oh. That works. Then we make it over here. Now see if this goes the right direction. Or somewhere of some kind. That'd be pretty good. It looks like some. I'm not sure about that. There's some enemies around as well. So sure is some. And we saw make my way over here. It must be close now, that stronghold. Perhaps. There's some moss and grass. And pots, so there's quite a few more blocks around. So make my way over here. See if there's anything good around. So more charge grippers. Oh, I think we can make it over here. It seems like a good path. I do think. Yeah. Then we make it over here. Or maybe so. Yeah. That teleport button's not strong enough here, it seems so. Has to be another way around. This must be one gigantic thing of some kind. Must be quite dense. Oh, made it somewhere. Nice. Teleport button did work that time there, so that's pretty good. Now we'll make it over here. See if we can make it to the stronghold. There. Oh, that looks like a nice spot over there. Oh. And make it over here. What's that? Some magma rocks. There might be something good over here. Perhaps. Maybe. Oh, teleport button. Oh, it's very red now. That's quite the ambience, that red moon. Oh. There, let's see if I can grab this. There we go. You can grab some dirt here and fill this lava. Nice. That helps a little bit. Oh, that works. Oh, that's a lot of stuff's in here. I'll take all that. Okay, so do that. Get rid of no. That's a bit dangerous there, but somehow managed to live. So that works. I'm going over here, I think. I'll make my way over here, see what there is to see. Here. A bit more over here. Mm-hmm. Oh, I think we're probably getting very close now. Oh, 800, less than 1,000. That's very good there. It might just be down below, perhaps. Not strong enough. Maybe. Perhaps. Oh. It's looking a bit difficult to get down there though. Maybe going up now. Yips. Oh. Oh, oh no. Oh, then two of a teleport. Again. And then again. Nice. Then over here. I think we're making some good progress now. Looks a bit dangerous. Probably. But I'll go over here. And see what there is here. Managed to get through those skeletons. Oh. I think we're getting super close by now, I'm quite sure. Very close, hopefully. But there's still a lot to travel through. No. The compass is still thin quite a bit though. So that must mean that we must be quite close. I imagine. Perhaps. We'll get there eventually. Oh, that one. No, that was a good one. Big damage. Fix it there. Well, a bit more bread shop. There we go. No, it's quite bad to think. So we'll go over here. Oh, that's looking like quite a turn up there. Hopefully the stronghold would be up there, I'm quite sure. That'll be Vasily, probably. Anyways, so I'll continue going over here. And save that there. It's a pretty open type of area here. It's pretty nice. I'm not sure what's up there though. What kind of tree is this? Mahogany logs. That's pretty nice there. Maybe some mahogany doors could be good. Perhaps. Oh, jungle leaves too. I feel a lot of melons as well. Melons. I suppose some watermelons. Yep. There we go. Also, some of these. I do wonder if I can get some of that. That's a bit tricky though. Let's see. Seems I'll have to climb a bit. And up I go. And then we chop this, and then that. And then over here. Then over there. Then over there. And then there's not much else here. Yeah, it's just not really going away, but that's probably okay. Then down we go. Mm-hmm. That's all going well there. And then we'll see what else there is. Oh, some big sunshine there. Well, there's not much to things there, but that's okay. Anyways, a lot of logs there. Well, that's probably good. That looks like a lava pool over there. Huh? Pretty interesting seeing what could be over there. But it might be a bit tough to get to the other side, though. Maybe, perhaps. Maybe. Oh, it connects. That works pretty well. That's pretty nice. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have food again. Oh. I think so. I can just think again. Oh, they. Perhaps. Oh, creeper. That's no good. Mm-hmm. Well, oh, that looks like lava. Ooh. That's pretty nice. Seems like a rare thing to appear though. I don't see these often. So it's nice to see this there. But anyways, we continue on. Oh, I do wonder where that stronghold could be. Oh, somewhere in that direction. Perhaps down over here? I'd imagine. Perhaps. Mm-hmm. I'm for sure we'll get somewhere around here. Mm-hmm. Oh. I don't think I can make that jump over there. That's okay. Mm-hmm. It's like fun trees. Oh, that's just mahogany trees again. But that's nice the way they're set up down there. Mm-hmm. Wish, wish, wish. Nice, so continue on. Nice diamonds up there, but that's a bit difficult to reach. I suppose we could climb up to them, but it's a bit too much of a hassle, I do think. Mm-hmm. Anyways, here's a nice statue. That's pretty nice. Although, I think we may have reached. Oh, yeah, we have. The stronghold's directly down below. That's the finding there. It's a nice statue there. I do say. Oh, nice. A waterfall has appeared. That's pretty useful, and it's somewhere I can grab. That'll help quite a bit. So I'll make my way over there. No. Then we just jump. And we make it down here. And there we go. Then into well. I almost died there, but it's all good. Somehow just survived barely. I'm not sure. This waterfall hasn't finished falling. So I'll think of it. Then we go down over here. Yep. then continue going down. A bit slow. Oh, that's okay. Stronghold must be directly down here, I'm quite sure. It'd be quite something if it was on the surface, though. I don't think it would be, though. I'd imagine. Perhaps. Oh, that's more water falling. But is there any water down below? There's no. Jeez. Hold a quick water break. Well, this real quick. And there we go. Take a quick water break. Yep, suddenly there's a lot of lava around. That's quite something. That's pretty nice though. Let's give it a ways down there. Just gotta be careful here and not get killed. That'd be unfortunate. I think we're very close now. So that's going pretty well. But stronghold should be right around here. I think. Maybe that's the stronghold. That'd be pretty nice if it was. So I'll make my way down here. Oh, what a problem. I almost fell below the waterfall. That wouldn't have been good. Oh, there's some nice ores at the surface there. That's a stronghold. I'll grab some of those. That could be pretty good. A bit laggy though, but that's probably okay. Anyways. Oh, I don't really know if I need these just yet. Oh, some nice lava there. And something. Nice. I do think the stronghold's probably below the structure. It's what I imagine, according to the compass. So that's probably somewhere there. I fill up cobwebs here. And now some watering. Oh, there's the stone bricks. So this must be the stronghold. And there's not many. I'm quite sure I saw some ores. But I don't see them. Oh, there, that's a creeper. Oh. We opened the eggs and now I'm poisoned. That's not it. That's rough. Anyways, I'll make my way down here. And then, now we're in the stronghold. So that's pretty good. And we've already been to the stronghold previously, so there's something there. Yeah. And let's see if we can grab some loot. That's probably useful. Oops. Oh yeah, I do think this will be useful coming up soon. Fiction. Oops. Oh, some panels fell off in the explosion. It's quite a lot of cells. Oh, some nice loot. That's pretty good. I do think I need to go back home for more space, so I'll set a waypoint here. We'll call it Stronghold Balloon. Then we go back home. Yep. That ought to be good. Yep. Let's move this over here. And then that should be good. Oh, there. Now you're back to calm, and then I'll unload, and that should be good. There. Quite a bit of stuff here. Then we grab that. We throw that in there. Oh, that works. That's a pretty nice pickaxe though. Mm-hmm. So cheap. Well, enemies, so I think that's enough storage. And back to that stronghold again. Back there. You can actually use these switches now, so that's pretty useful. I should have been using them. Mm-hmm. Oh, diamonds, by the way. That's quite a shape there, but that's pretty good. That's a trap of some kind. Oh, what kind of trap though? Looks like a deadly trap. I somehow just avoid it. But that's all good. Not much there though. Just the potion is there. Seems like a nice place here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a nice room here. All of stuffs. Night vision goggles, that kind of seems useful. Perhaps. Let's see about that. Oh. Maybe these can help a bit. They might get in the way though, perhaps. Oh, that looks super useful there. I'll be taking that. That's some good protection there. I'll take all of these. Should be pretty good. Oh, this looks like another trap. But now we know it's a trap. So we'll just put over here, and there goes the trap. That's all good. Nice. And more diamonds for me. And so I'll make my way over here. This is quite a stronghold, I must say. Quite a lot nicer than that trial chamber. Oh, creeper, no. All's good now though. This kind of looks like a trap as well, but I can't tell. Oh, that looks super useful. I'll be taking that instead. Oh, I can't wear some items. That's all that stuff's on there. That was a trap all along. That's because no, not too much of a loss. We'll see. But now this is good to go. Oh, that kind of looks like it'd be a song. Double jumping that. Super good. And slimes. Oh, there's a lot of them down here. That's good. Oh, skeleton mints. Nice. Oh, I see. So that's been the thing. That seems like it could be a song. Nice. Zombie spawner. Oh no. This is the infinite. Maybe some torches can help here. I do hope. Perhaps some zombie baby in here. Oh no. Out of solid. Now use the nets. Whoosh. That deals with that. And that's the outside there. So that's quite some. I suppose that's all good. Yeah. Meow. More. Just berries all around. I think that's fine though. Oosh. Oh, this is another diamond trap again. I'll be taking that. Oh, it's a cave. Let's go ahead and see. And the cave goes into mine shaft. That's just quite stuff. No. This place goes in stuffs. Oh, it goes back in there. That's quite, I think I'll spin up. Yep. Oh, I love open space around. Maybe we can go back inside. Yeah. That'll do. Oh, some there. Would be nice if I could find another weapon though. That could be some. So, where have I not been? Paper. Yeah. Nothing else. Aluminum. 2. Yeah, but I've been lost here. Well, maybe I can find a way out of here. The portal room must be somewhere. Oh, a lot of spiders in this one. Nope. Nope. This axe is what's in. It's okay. There. Dealt with that. There, and now skip. And look for more places to go. That's excellent. Whoa. Those are super nice items there. Very nice stuff. Alright then. It's going quite a lot of loot in this game. Oh, that's good actually as well. That's a full suit of armor. Or slime drops there. Smells my doors. Not sure about that one. I'll take it. Oh, sword, that's what I need. Spider. This kind of looks like a rope of some kind. Perhaps? Still, no. It's there. Ooh, lots of loot in here. I wonder if it's loot. It's like a drop off here again. I don't think my space can hold. Maybe diamond chest. Oh, that would be tricky, but could probably work. It seems to be the only way though. Chest. Grab that quickly. I'll find that. That's the chest right there. Oh my goodness. Make sure you're getting the chest in one of these. Hopefully. No. I keep overdropping. I should. Why does that happen now? Alright, I should get it this time. There we go. I got it. There. That's good. Nice. Now we got that going there. That's pretty good. Eventually should probably stop the storage method. But that works for now, hold up. So if I can I'll do the back. That gets me back. Oh. Snowman drops. Oh, that's super rare. Diamonds. That's better than what I have. Taking that. That's pretty good. It's... Oh, more diamonds. That's probably enough for another bridge. There where this goes. Got somewhere. Another room of some type. This time the skeletons. Here. Absolutely. Oh, it's a portal hole. That's something that I wanted. That'll be extremely useful. Yep. I wonder if this is infinite. It is infinite. That's super useful in there. Oh, that's something. Now we're getting quite geared up. What was that? Oh, there. Oh, that looks extremely useful. What was I having here? It's a lot more useful than there. I'll be taking that. It'll help me get me around a lot better. Try that. Oh. No, that's extremely useful. Some iron there. That piece. I'll take that. That just goes down to the lava. That's okay. Nice cave though. Oh, some secret loot here. How's some shit there though? Oh, I see now. So there's loot like that there. No, I know. This portable hole just makes it a lot easier. Oh, that breaks down. Oh, lots of zombies there. There you go. I did. That's all. Some one tires here. Some bad poison that fell from the trap. That's okay. Try some long-lasting poison that'll last forever again. Yes. Oh, that takes care of that. That's actually pretty useful then. Oh, here's the portal. With some lava above. That's quite something. Some tinted glass of that. So, let's take care of these. That might be good. Three. I have 7. Charge about 10. It's right there. There's anything else to get around. I mean, I suppose I do have about what I wanted from here. So, something. I suppose the next thing to do is going to the end. Maybe get some Enderman here. Probably good to do it. Oh, my angered one of those books. It's all defeat the Cinderman. Perhaps. Nope. There. Oh, plus heavy hits. No. No. Get that one too. There's a lot of noise in there. That should be enough for the portal now. Then all we need is just some blazes. That should be good. Oh, one more Enderman over there. If I can use this Ender Pearl. Oh, where does that take me? Oh, nearly on the edge. That's dangerous. I'll take this one out. Another Ender Pearl. Spring it. I wonder if I can make this. Wherever that lands. Oh, underwater. Do. Nice. Then no. Suddenly very laggy, huh? That's not very good. With this Reaper here. Charge Reaper, that. I got the legs gone. No, I died. It's unfortunate. So I could get something out of that. Oh, off they go. Oh. Let's take my time, please. I don't think there's much need for me to get more stuff from here, but I can take a look around. Oh, I suppose on sort of. Can I jump here? No. No. I think I will make my way back home, I suppose. And then maps. Yeah, I think that's probably good. I shall do that. There we go. No, let's forget. And then I think we'll upgrade one of these chests as we have enough stuffs. I think. Yep. So that's what we shall do. I do think. Oh. Backing tape. This should be fine. That sure is a lot of items though. I think we can get our chest here. Surely. This might take a bit. No! I started it again. That's unfortunate. I just keep overdropping. So let's take water. Just keep overdropping, my goodness. Yeah, hopefully I can get it this time. Oh, there we go. Nice. And find those answers, it's right there. That's just it. Nice. There we go. Nope. Now then we do that, then that, then all slip. No, wrong button. The elevator. Nice. Nice. Should probably get. Then we just then I'll take a super quick water break. I'd say. So do that. Yep. There we go, finished up. So that should be it for now. Oh, storage there. I mean, I suppose I could torch this place up a bit. I could probably now do that. That should be it. There we are. That helps a bit. Nice. Alright, now we have that. We have a good amount of storage and very good. Now what about this tool? This is pretty useful. Nice. Nice. Very useful tool. Now I can get places probably better. That just goes down all the way there. That's awesome. I think we should probably continue building the house. I do think that's probably good to do. Just looking at it here. So, just bring things out of it. I wonder if there's a way to make quartz somehow. Smelting. That seems to be about the only thing that could be a bit troublesome. Just like that. That's surprising. Oh, I can get down all the way down a lot quicker with these end across. That's pretty useful. I wonder if I get some better leads from the nether now. It's my new powers. And the barrel go. I should have seen this all. Taking a bit long. Big loading screen, this one. Hope it hasn't crashed. That would be very good. Yep. That's taking cover. Gonna look a quick scene here. Oh, there it goes. There. Just gonna quickly skip to the next show here. Here, another time now. The nether shield does look quite a bit different this time. I think it looks pretty nice, perhaps. Maybe not. A bit white there. Oh, another yes. Wish. Got him. Nice. I wonder if one can do anything with these. It's like not well. No. Let's see if we can get back up there. Oh, there's something here. Yes, tears. And void tears. That seems very useful there. That could be really nice. And then infinite water. Oh. There's a lot of things one could do here. Rending gal. Oh. I see now there's something I could hunt there. Something to be on the hunt for. Oh, also Enderman there. I think I'm good for now on Ender Pearls. I'll make my way down over here. Although I did forget to bring my infinite meat. That's probably alright. All the way down. Oh, what's that over there? It's Enderman. There's a skeleton here. Here. Well, this might be useful for later, I think. Then I'll continue making my way down. Now we have a better way of traversing these places. Let's just send the pearls. Infinity. Oh, there, that looks like something good. Let's just go more. That would be useful if I had that pickaxe, which I don't. I should probably use that one, but I will. No, look down. Oh, this red looks kind of nice. Oh, there. It's my really nice side. So. Whatever. Oh. This with aesthetics, I'd say. What's that over there? It doesn't look like lava. Let's see if I can make it over here. Maybe. Could this be on you? Oops. Oh no, it's actually just blend with an air texture. That's some niceness. Yes, that's just blood there. No. Oh, Enderman angry, I think. Or no, never mind. I think he just got unangry somehow. All the way down here. What does this do? That does nothing for me. It seems just a lot of blood flowing down, it seems. Now I'll make my way down over here. And there. Oh, thought I saw something, but there wasn't anything there. Oh, that looks like a nice spot. Oh, a bit of light, it seems. Oh, some purple stained glass. Looks about it though. I suppose I can take a bit of this though. Oh, blue lava, that's some. Oh, the soul sun glows under my feet. That's very nice. I suppose. And I do wonder if I can get over there. I think I can make this true though. Perhaps. Oh yeah, that made it. There's some stuff over there though. But there might be something better here, perhaps. No. And then I'll make it over here. And that's there. I don't see anything. Oh dear goodness. That's very dangerous. Oh, plus the lag. Oh no. Maybe that'll do for now. Nice. It's quite a few lot of enemies around. Nice. In the corner. Let's possess some. That's extra. Mm. Mm. Get a lot of skeletons here. I think I'll switch this over there. See. There. So I feel a lot of enemies around here. Mm. Oh, there it goes. What am I looking there? Mm-hmm. We're getting close enough. And places for the end of the portal there. I suppose that could be it. Yeah. Oh, texting. Ancient debris. That's quite finding there. Mm-hmm. Oh. I'm not so sure about that one there. Nice. Then look around. Oh, someone living here. Mm-hmm. Over here. Oh. Oh. I don't think that's worth it there. Oh, I forgot to empty my backpack. That's rough. That's okay though. No. Maybe it'll be alright. Mm-hmm. Trying to find some places, but I don't think they're in here. Well, we have this hole in the wall. That's peaceful. Yep. That's a bit dangerous. I should use TX for safety. Understood. There, didn't feel then. Nice. Ooh. That seems pretty slime, I think. This could probably do a bit better. Oh, that just kills it right away. That's nice of that. Nice. Oh. Feel a lot of enemies around. Oh, just died off right there. Inventory's getting pretty full though. That's a bit rough. Can't really reach that one there. No. something good in there. On this fire. That's not good. There. Let's see if I can get the backpack. There. Then take a look at it. Yep. Oh, slicing it. Nice. Yeah, I'll take a look at the backpack. Oh, it's a copper backpack. That's pretty nice of that. Some loot inside already too. Not sure some. Oh, that too, perhaps. Oh, backpack doesn't go inside. That's probably right. Rips. Some minis here. A bit of the bag though, that's not good. Oh, lava down there. That's a bit tough. That's good. Oh, that's not very good. Oh, no. There, I'll get too close. That's certainly not it. Oh dear. Oh, it looks like it's about all the way out. Oh, so close there. 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 I think we have a bit more than enough for that portal, but a bit extra shouldn't be too bad. Nice. I think that'll do for now. But maybe just one more just in case. Okay. Nice. I think I'll be taking it. Then we go back home, I think. Seems to be enough for the nether there. And I suppose a bastion would be nice to see. That could be a bit tougher to find out. No. No. Okay. Nice to say. Trying to figure out what they'll say. Oh, yes, the end model. That's probably something to do. do wonder if I'm prepared for the Ender Dragon fight though. That could be quite some. But what about that one? Bat wings. I have not been killing bats. There's probably some around though. Right. Yeah, I will stop. Yes. Oh, that. Yep. That'll do. Maybe that could be useful. And I will stop. And that'll do. This seems to be good. Perhaps item can be useful too. I'll take it. There we are, there's the stick. No, that's good. Then we'll find some bats, I suppose. So there's to it though. Us creepers. Seems like I'll have to go down below. And I went the wrong way. Nope. I went all the way through. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah. Building. Nice. And then we'll make our way down, see if we can find some bats. Maybe. Could be a bit difficult to kill them though. Let's see if we can get that bow. That probably help. And then, yeah. So I should have a bow in here. With some arrows, and now we get. And then we go down. There we go. Just turning back through. There seems to not be. Don't know where that will land. Nice. And then we're just making our way down here. That should probably be good. Some mushrooms around. Something. I'm not sure if I'll find bats though. They seem a bit tricky to find, I think. Well, maybe I will be able to. Let's see. Nope. Which I'm just making my way down here. Let's see if I can find some bats or creepers. That could have been. Yep. There's like some creepers around here though. I'd imagine. Some charge ones are the ones I'm looking for. I should probably try killing more of those. That could probably be it. Seems very but it's running out of power, but I shall fix that quickly. Here. Let's shoot fire. Here. And we go down over here. Oh, didn't really have to do that, that's okay. Oh, and then you go over there. Nice. Now we're somewhere. Oh, there's a bat right there. Oh, if you go. Oh, good. Alright, I'll see if I can kill one of these bats. I cannot aim, my goodness. That's rough. Oh, water bat. Oh, water bat. Oh no. There's a lot of bats down there. They're all going into the lava, that's not very good. That sure is a bit rough. And there must be more bats around though. Yeah, oh yeah, there's some right there, but stand up. Oops. Oh yeah, there's some bats right there. I'm just blind. I can get this one. Perhaps. That's within reach. Back another. Yes. Maybe if I do this. Even so, I got them. And the rain on. Sure do hope that doesn't get in the way of things though. I have to disable that one. If it's in the way. I suppose I should be fine. No. Seems I might have to kill a few bats just to see if I can get what I need from them. Oh, that's like a weird zombie. Oh, also it was. It's fine there. Oh, it's like dangerous around here. Oh, there's a charge creeper. I'll go for that. Okay. Nice. Then go over here. Then over there. Nice. Oh, didn't quite get what I wanted. Oh, that's okay. Oh, the sweepers broke the ends. That's not good. Oh, more wreckage. Good sliders in one egg. Come on, spiders. And then some endermen here. I think that should be good. No explosions around. No diamonds, that's pretty so. I'll get some more quickly. Nice. I shall continue one more here. Let's start with this the name. Let's fall back in the water. That's no good. It's okay. No. Won't get me anywhere, no? Nice. Food there, that's no good. I don't think I'm getting much from here, but that's alright. Oh, no. That's really dangerous, that's not good. Here. Got some more. But now we're back up here. And now it's rough. Okay, well, maybe there's something else that we can do other than repeating the same thing. Sure thing. I'm quite sure. Alright. Yes. Alright. Oh, it's a very nice timing of the moon. And smooth quartz blocks. Yes, plus we could do something more. Nice. Something I need. I should glowstone, I think. Oh, there's some glowstone there. Oh, that'll be good. We can get some more if needed. That's not it. There we go. Nice. And dig a little bit. Oh. There. Let's just experiment here. See how this turns out. And experimenting building this house here. Oh, that wasn't. No. Then just build it out over here, but then maybe it can turn to some one more. Yep. Let's see how that goes. Yep. We're here again. Let's go again though. No, then you just there. Do a bit of that. I'll get some sort of shape. Three. There. Yep. Then over here. Nice. Just a bit of black again. No, that's rough. Computer's just struggling. Oh, that went a bit too far. That's okay. There you go. That's looking pretty good, I think. Alright. Then I gotta figure out the box. Nice. I think maybe I'm some stuff down there, probably. I could probably go. Oops. Yeah. Check the place here. Oh, let's figure wonderful. And then teleport button to it. That's perfect. And I think I'm just doing a bit of that. Right again. That is way too far, that's no good. That's a good amount, I think. Put it back up. There we go. Yeah, so this can go like that. And bring it over here. Yeah, I think that's looking fine enough. And go over there. And build this out a bit. And then I think it's taking some kind of shape, I suppose, perhaps. But I don't think this should end so soon like that. There. That should probably be it. And just continue this a bit. Seems we'll have to mine some more. Let's have this. To the nether. It's grabbing a bit more stuff here. Along with the lag. Can I get this? The lag sure can be a bit some. But oh well, that's just how this. Until I figure things out some more. What to do? I suppose I could have having a better pickaxe. This will not last very long. That's okay though. And this that'll do. Oh, there's some ancient debris stuff in there. But I can't mine it though. That's okay. I wonder what happens if I do this. Where would this? Oh, right over there. I see how this. Liam too. How are you doing? That's the guy. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. It's building up a bit of a house here. You're doing pretty good. That seems good then. Hope you continue feeling good. Thank you. I'm doing pretty good myself too. Maybe slightly getting tired of fish, but not too bad. I think I'm getting by though. Yeah, having a good bit of fun with stuff. So thanks, okay, very well. Thanks for asking though. Let's see. Spell things out over here. Not too sure what exactly I'm trying to build, but it's taking some sort of shape. How's my streaming going? I think it's going pretty well. This is my second stream ever. I streamed for the first time ever yesterday, and I'm still continuing along for the second day. And I'm still having pretty good fun. Still figuring things out though. There's quite a bit I don't really know, but I'm getting by though. Although I do hope that the stream's going well. I'm not really sure if I'm missing out on some stuff, like if the volume is bad or if my microphone's too quiet or things along there. Hopefully things are going good though. That's what I hope. I did quite a bit of testing, but what I thought was good was apparently not that great. So I'm taking things as I go along though. Essentially. How's my experience? Oh, I mean, I've just been having a lot of fun. There's been quite a few people coming by and having some chats. And that's pretty fun. I'm not very sure how to talk too well, so I'd say as go as I can. Yes. And so I'm just building along here. Yep. I'd say things have been pretty good. No. So that's all good. What other games do I play mostly? It's a bit of a tough one. I mean, I have a bit of a big library of games. I could likely play anything. I suppose a game that I play pretty frequently on my own time is just Warframe, and then VR chat. I'm thinking of trying out streams on VR chat at some point soon though. That could probably be something there. But it seems great things out to go. I'm just playing some Minecraft to grab a bit of confidence and stamina and stuff along there, and just making sure things are good. Yeah. Nice. I'm just building up some stuffs here. Oh, you also play Minecraft, eh? What do you do on there? Sims. I have just been building. Yeah, this is a very fun game. There's quite a lot to do. You can do quite a lot of things in it. You can also play however you want to play. That's a lot of fun. A lot of things to do. Although one can get a bit of burn out though if you play a bit too long. Or if you still know what to do. Oh, it's getting in the way. But so far, I've been doing good for now. Gosh, I just something. What else do I do besides streaming? Not sure, it's quite a question there. Well, I don't really do much else at the moment. I mean, I just finished some school, so I got quite a bit of free time myself. I don't really have any jobs or anything, so that's how this for now. I'm getting by though. Wish. Wish. Yeah, that's something. Because I'm still building on. It's nearly complete here. Does my dog model get? Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I took a bit setting up, and yeah, I actually got there, although it still needs a few more tweaks, I'm quite sure. So, so it's not fully finished yet. So eventually I'll get there. Thank you for saying that, though. Where'd you? I bought the base model from Studio Jingo. It's the Celestia base model from Booths. And then I bought some Booth assets from there as well. Then I put it together and maybe made some small edits. But outside it's not fully quite super customized though. It is missing a bit. But I think it does well for now though. It's something. But could be better, I'm quite sure. It works pretty well enough and it's pretty cute. And I like it better. This must be finishing up over here. Why haven't I had sub matches yet? Well, I mean, I just haven't gotten to that point yet. I just wanted to try streaming. This is still my second day streaming. I don't think I need to get there so soon. I mean, I don't even have affiliate yet. So that's how that is there. I don't think I need to worry about such things right now, but I can get there once I get to it. I already do have some plans, so that's something there. Everything's still just a work in progress, though. Eventually things will be more fleshed out as I get things. But I'm also still figuring things out. Yeah, I am planning on adding those once I get there. I have some plans and designs. I plan on implementing them myself, though, or maybe commissioning them from someone. Let's see whichever way it goes, though. It'll be something, surely. I don't think there's a big rush for things, though. Mm. Mm. Although I don't have any plans on commissioning anyone for anything just yet at the moment, though, as I don't have any monies and such. That's just Augusta. Although I'm quite sure I could probably draw something up myself, so there's not no problem there. That's it. Yep. Nice. Yep. This is water done, I think. Almost there. Yeah, that's how this for now, though. I'm still figuring things out, though. Bam. Alright. And then this should finish up. This is getting somewhere. Sure. I think I might be fixing blocks. No. And that goes there, and then that's that. Nice. Now that's a little waste there. And then I think I just need some more there. I do think. This is definitely turning into something though. This should go here. Oh, this should be good. And then we go around and round. And here we are. Nice. Oh, that fell off. That's not good. Okay. Nailed it. Nice. There we go. That's getting back. Oh, that could probably be a good idea there. Glass there. Maybe tilty. Yep. Fill this around and around. I should be breathing in. Now we just need lots of glass. Then that'll be great. This normal glass should be fine. Oh, missed one. There we go. That'll do. Right. And just fill this up. Nice. That's all it. Maybe there's a way to smooth this out. Gotta need a few more furnaces than that. This could do. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 16 could be it. No. Nice. That's not one. No. Oops. No. And that'll do. Just put all the sand in there and now we cook it all up with some coal. That should be brilliant. That's kind of in a minute. I don't think that's gonna. Oh. Yeah, they cook up a bit more. That's quite fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not enough. There, that should be good enough. Oh, that'll do. Cooking up quite a lot of stuff here. Seems to be doing well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There. That might be a bit too much. Oh, I got 1, 3 let back in, so I'll be right back for that. I'm actually gonna take a quick restroom break, so I'll be right back a bit further. No, okay, then back again. Let's do this. And we shall continue building that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. There we go. Nice. That'll do for now. Wild blast now. Let's do here. There. Nope, it's a miss. But I have a good pickaxe for that. Stop it there. There we are. Now should we get Where's that? There it is. Nice. Open. And then down here. Nice. I feel like this could be a pillar of some kind. I'll grab a bucket. And the bucket, yeah. I'll fill it up with some lava over here. There. I forgot where I started. Maybe that could be it. Oh, the chicken. There we go. Some lava there. And then we go back up. And then we fill it up. And that should probably Nice. Oh, that's probably dangerous. You know, no, did there? I think that's pretty well. Perhaps I could do that. Then we grab just a few more. I missed. No. That's probably alright. Nice. Nice. Some lag again. That's no good. Sure does keep happening. There we go. There we go. Nice. There. I'll do there. That's a bit more lit up in here. Thanks. Oh, hello there, Lexi. Same. How are you doing? You're doing well. Welcome in. Just playing along here with something. Hello. Oh yeah, ja, kom. Wat begin je say? I'm Sam. Don't really know where to do about that, so I'm getting by on things. No. Oh. Well, I hope you have a good time to rest there. You can sleep when you get to that there. So, that's the meme. Oh, I said. It's about 6:55 a.m. over here where I am. It's an offspring nearby. It's pretty early morning though, I'd say. I suppose sleep schedules can have an effect on things, though, there. Oh, I see. Well then, yeah, it's about the same for me then there. That makes sense. So I ran off there. Just trying to figure things out a bit here as I go. Don't do much there. I forgot what I was saying. I think I need glass. I think I might here. Oh, yeah, this my first week of streaming. This is my second day of streaming ever, actually. Yesterday I streamed for the first time, and that was pretty fun. Yesterday I streamed for 10 hours and 20 minutes. That's quite a thing, I'd say. And to them, I seem to be going quite strong still. So that's I'm having a good amount of fun there. Also, I don't really know what I'm getting into too well, but it's pretty fun figuring things out. Well, I mean, yeah, that is quite a lucky there. Perhaps it's just the timing and such, or something along there. Although 5 of those followers were there before I started streaming over the course of 7 years, so there's something there. I'll throw something. I wonder if that was working. I'm not super sure on the redeems there. I think that they do work. I didn't really see it. But yeah. There might be some things I read off, I think, on the stream potentially. But I hope things are generally going well though. Yes. Okay, so I'd say this. Likely I'm missing quite a few lot of things on here, but I'll be adding things as I go though. That'll be some as I figure things out. Yeah. Yes, I will be adding some glass here. Yes. Missed it. There. And it's sticking up quite the shape so far. And we do that. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Mr. Bob. Or shall I shall drink some water, remember? Whoosh. Random bot stuff there. Nice. And it's hot in the door. I shall place some more blocks and stuff. Oh, I'll come back. How's it going there? I'm still working on here. Oh no, that's a big loss. That's very unfortunate. No. Oh, that sounds very rough. Internet bounce can be quite tough there. I hope your internet is getting better after that, though. Some stuff here. Oh, and some there. Oh, it's a button right there, that's what I think. Selecting aesthetics. Building up here. I do wonder is check out here. Yeah, that should be working. Nope, not a summons. There we go. So let's start it. Nice. Nice. Then I should round this off. Oh, that's not good. Grab that. And I press the top button. And then wrap it up. And there we are. Now I'm just gonna fill this up with glass, and then that should be some. There. That should be pretty good. How's streaming been for me? I mean, I've been having good fun. Lots of fun, I'd say, just talking to the people that come by every so often, and also just playing this game here. I'd say this game has been keeping me quite entertained. That's pretty good. Although I'd say I have been quite a bit shy and losing my words pretty frequently, but I'm hoping to grow from that and become a bit better. That'd be pretty good. In this game, I've had more confidence as well, being able to figure things out more. Some random stuff there. That's it's been going pretty well though. Essentially. Pretty good times. I don't really know where things will go, but I suppose I'll find out though. Yep. I'm scanning online. Putting a bit of a thing here. Oh, that went too far. That's no good. There you go. Nice. Oh, yeah, that's very true, I'd say. Eventually, maybe I could get somewhere now, perhaps. Seems like pretty fun stuff still. And having fun is good. Wouldn't be good if I wasn't having fun though. Oh, well, I mean, if you need to sleep, you should probably have some rest there. It'd be pretty good for you. Why is the game lagging? That's because I think my computer is just really bad at handling this. I am struggling with the performance. I'm so sorry about that though. Maybe I can fix up the options though by lowering this render distance further. Something just eats up the performance quite a bit though. Might be probably some. Is it now? Well, hopefully it's not too bad. I think I have another trick I could try. I could fix. It's a ton of shaders, is that true? Yeah, it's the background. Although I feel like it's likely not just the shaders, though. It probably something else. If it gets a bit worse, I could try something else and see if that fixes it. Oh, enjoy. But maybe it'll do for now, though. And maybe it'll be alright. Oops. That's something, though. Oh, it does get a bit laggy, though. That's it. Oh, rain. Oh, things are going well on the stream and anyways. Let's go a little less here. So sure, I think, I mean, I suppose I kind of have a brother, but it's just empty. I don't think I really have much going on. So far, the only thing I have going is Twitch and also YouTube. I have a YouTube. That's about it, though. Eventually, I'll have a Discord server, but I haven't set up that yet, and I think it's a bit too soon for now. If you want, you can just drop in the phone on Twitch, and that's probably good enough. That's it. That's something. Although I don't really have a schedule at the moment, though. But I'll get there eventually. I'm still figuring things out, though. There's a chance I might stream tomorrow, maybe I won't stream tomorrow, but I'll be planning on streaming pretty frequently these days, though. So that's something there. Eventually I'll get things into more orderly, though. I should have some good rest, though, there. That's it. You're still around. Let's get some. I stream at the same time? I mean, yeah, I think I'll be keeping this kind of schedule about the same, like somewhere between like 10 p.m. CST to like 10 a.m. Somewhere around there. Between those hours. But I won't really like fully what's the word? I won't really count on me being there every day. I'll be like there on some days, but I'm quite sure there might be some days where I won't stream. I'm quite sure, but I'll try keeping it pretty frequently throughout. No, at least I'll try to. But just don't expect me to be around all the time, though. But I'm still figuring things out, so too. Okay. Eventually I'll have a schedule though, and that's when things will be a bit more reliable. That's it. But I don't have that yet. So that's how it is for now. here, over here. This glass over here. Really a bit low, though it seems. That's probably right. There should be some. That should be. Put it over here. Yes. That should work. Oh, messed up. And over here, and there we go. There is keep on blazing there. Oh no. Can't quite reach over there now. Here we go. Nice. Here. Now let's pull this up. Here. No more glass. That's unfortunate. It's open. Now let's see. Perhaps. Almost no glass. Okay, that's unfortunate. It's not this in here. I'm really running sound bus okay. Making sure that's struggle there. There we go. That should probably do well. Now let's some salmon cooking in there. That should be pretty good. Just waiting for that salmon to cook. Picking it up. Nice. That's pretty good. Oh, that's probably the moment. Perhaps. Mm. This one was missing. There it is. I'm back on up then. Oh, it's not quite done yet. Oops. That's okay then. I'll just do that. And there. I'll do that. And then let's fill it up over here. Fun. Looks like might have lost some there. Into. Nice. What an empty bar. Okay then. We'll just keep on going over there. There. That's the part. Oh, lightning now. Everything over, scraps. Lots of less. Nice. That'll do pretty well. There we go. That's nice. Nice. Now that finished that off, and now to fill it with more. That should be good. It'll toggle the shaders just a bit here, just to see a bit better the water. I'll toggle them back on up once I finish this, and that should be good. There we go. Some water there. Oh, that. Mm-hmm. And sparkling. Oops. Mm-hmm. Nice. And I think some ladders could be nice. This. Ladder. There. There. Nice. So check things out. Hopefully noises outside the room aren't being picked up too badly. That would be it. This seems some letters. That should be good. There we go. Nice, that's some good water there. That's pretty nice. It looks like everything's underwater. Da-da-dum. That's how you up. It's time to continue going. Let's take that. Displacing some water though, and filling this up. That should be pretty good. Oh, I see that one there. Oh, this one makes it easier. Oh, at least you're actually... Oh, there's some missing glass. That's good. That's a bit now. Oh, this did not go all the way. Now let's see. Oh, I have no more ladders. So and stuff. Shall get some more ladders. Ladder. Quick mute for a bit. Hopefully no more weird noises up here. Or if anywhere, that would be good. There's some stuff coming from outside my room, so that's what I needed there. Feels good. And so I'll keep on going here. Some more water needs to be filled. This is... Just gonna do that quick test here. Oh yeah, that works. So all's good there. We have your spin blind, I suppose. So that goes there. And this goes there. Nice. Then we add some more water. Right there. And we continue going there. Nice. Report the progress here. Eventually this will be cleared up. Or done and filled in. That finishes that. Now we still have no other ladders. So we'll grab some more. There we are. And then we just go back up. So good. Sure, some. That's not quite enough. I have to get some more. Mm-hmm. 6. There. Some ladders there. And no ladders there. I'm still missing ladders. That's unfortunate. Still ladders. And this is neat. There's that looks up. There, that looks really well. Now that's weird. Now just to fill that in. And then this should be the last one. Oops. I'll keep that for later. And we'll build this up here. And building this up. Should be here. Nice up building. And this should go by a bit quickly. So and there. That's the water filled in. Turn the shaders back on. And that should be it. Seeing things on it. That's pretty good. That works out pretty well. And just take a bit here. Oh, oh. This thing opens up. Trying to it's just all here. And that should be good. There we go. That's weird stuff. But how do we continue? There must be some sort of fill this in with water. Is it this? That could be good. Let's see, two over here. There. That looks pretty well. There you go. It's looking pretty good there, I'd say. Good stuff. Let's also pop this off. Should turn into something, perhaps. Kan das take quite a bit to build up. Let's have us. There we go. That should make things feel clean. That should be good. Oh yeah, I built that in. Yeah, we'll do this and then we can turn the shaders back on. That should be good. Look around, see if there's anything missing. Yep. Yes. Let's filling this up with water. Into towel. There we go. And we can turn the shaders back on. That should be pretty good. Nice. That looks pretty well. Then we could just build things out like that there. That should be pretty good. Oh, that's alright. There. That works. Hmm. There we go. Oh, it's there. Nice. Here. It's building along here. This should probably help a good bit. Not sure. It should be somewhere. Sure enough. I don't really know how this could go. I suppose this could be this way. But there. That works pretty well enough. And this will be roofed off. I don't think it's about it. Let's put one there and show that. Nice. Oh, that one's still missing nicely. Oh, excellent built up in the wrong direction. That's not it. Yep. Now, drinking a bit of water so quick. And that should be fine. Oops, I'm sorry. Oh, fully posted. Just building along here. And a bit of that with it. And that should be good. Thanks, seems to be doing pretty good. Now, nice. wonder if this could work. No. I think there's something I want to do there. Yep. So for this one now, oh, how'd this go? Not set up. See now. Thought more fun. Maybe this can be like this. Perhaps with maybe this or this. I could probably get it. Seems workable. Yeah, that could be pretty good. I think so. That's how that goes there. I see that. There we go. There we go. Then do this here. Then that. Nice, that should probably be good. Then we'll just do this in here. That should probably be pretty good. Buen día. Pues ya está. Ya está muy bien. But I know who you are though. Maybe that's just more of a world up. It's a generated world. Oh, did I mess up here? No. That works pretty well with it. Yeah. That works there. Just gonna deal. Oh, that's our window was. That works. Oh, messed that up. Which? Then we just put some stuff here. Then, oh, I mean, maybe I, yep, that can happen at times there. Let's just show a little stuff. There. Oh, not quite yet, seems. Nice, that should do well. I think so. But then we can do that here. I think this could probably lead to something. Anything? Nice. That works pretty well. And do the same thing here. Oh. And do that. And go up here. And just little things there. That works pretty well. And this. Then we do the same thing here. Oh, ran out of that. I should probably get some more then. It's fun turning into something like this. Huh? I suppose we can go mining a bit. Yes. The mines should be somewhere over here, I think. Now we're here. That's pretty good. Alright. That should be pretty good. Mining of it here. Let's see. What's the mine? Oh, that's the wrong one. Need some more of this quartz here. That should be pretty good. Oh. Me. Perhaps. Alright. I think we're getting through this. Yeah. I think we're getting enough for that. So perhaps that's a nice ancient debris. I'll take that. When I might be doing some ASMR soon at one point. Although this isn't quite ASMR just yet. But sometime. It's something. Then for fun. Yeah. Ouch. That's turning into quite some there. Sure, it's quite a building now, I'd say. Yeah, somewhere. Maybe I want to actually go down. Oh. There. Next trailer. And then right there. Brilliant. And go up. Oh, there's what else working on. Nice. There, this one's not. Then we fill this up here. Nice. And we go over here. Oh, oh, back up. This. Then just continue on here. Actually, this will be finished, I'm pretty sure. Oh, right there. This is working on. Sunny raining heavily over where I am. Oh, okay. Had a good time there, Cadence. I hope you have some good eggs and such. I'll keep on going here. Aliens. Let's keep on going there. Not sure it's got the stuffs. Eventually I'll get there. I think some glass could probably be good. Maybe some blue glass. That would be nice. Yeah. Then I'll be getting some glass here. Yep. Then we grab this glass here. Then put on some tinted glass here. Is there more chandelier? Wait, that's pretty nice. This will do. Yeah. Just thinking about what to do here. Maybe this one. This is gonna be it. This, and then see if this works. There we go. That's probably good. And this. Oh, what's this time? This seems fancy. Although I don't know how I feel about that. Sure, quite those things around here. I'll do what this does. Oh, that actually is quite nice. I'll be taking that then. There. No, I messed up. It's some edit. There's no way to do that. Oh my goodness. I messed up by that. Maybe I can fix this. This should do it. Actually, I don't need that. I do need some more dye. That could be a tricky though. Where could I get some dye? Oh, wait, I know. Right there. There we are. Oh, wait a moment. I didn't mess up. I'm just blind. There it is. That's what I was trying to make. Right, there's no mistakes here. And all is good. This seems good. And I'll keep going here. That's wrong. I can see that. Should be over here. Oh, this fast works for me. I imagine it should probably work though. It could be. That's wrong there. Oh, it's all wrong. Let's see. There. That's probably fine. That's kind of fun for now though. Let's go down here. Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to shaping up to be something there. I think it's looking quite nice. Mm-hmm. Anyways, I was gonna say. Well, anyways, this stream sure has been going for a while, I'd say. It's a bit shorter than the last one, but I do think I will be calling it here. Make a bit of an ending. But I do think I will be continuing this later today when I return back. And then I'll continue building, and then that'll be pretty good. But this will be the end of the stream for now. And then I'll continue on. And I think this will be pretty good. And yeah. I'd say that a lot of things have progressed here. I mean, maybe not too much, but let's say some fun was had. And I'm not sure where I plan on taking the build I'm building with this house, but it's taking its own shape, becoming something of its own and such. Maybe it can become something fun or something. I'll see how it goes though. But anyways, this is the end of the stream. I'll see you all later, and I might be streaming more again today. Or tomorrow. Or whichever way time works. It sure is quite fun. Well, I'll be back later at some point. Should be sometime near the time I started the stream. Maybe. I should be about it. See you later though. I'll be back eventually. Hopefully sometime soon. Wish.